hour of 12 noon having arrived, the House will come to order. Members, please take your seats. Sergeants at arms, please close the doors of the House. Prayer today will be offered by our colleague, Representative Waxman. Immediately after prayer, we will recite the Pledge of Allegiance. Members and guests, please rise as able.
Thank you. Good morning. For thousands of years, the Jewish community has recognized that our fate is tied to the quality of the representation of the governments under we live. And so this prayer is a prayer for our country, and it is from the conservative tradition, which is the tradition of my synagogue, Beth Zion, Beth Israel in Philadelphia. So, our God and God of our ancestors, with mercy accept our prayer on behalf of our country and its government. Pour out your blessings upon this land, upon its inhabitants, upon its leaders, its judges, officers, and officials who faithfully devote themselves to the needs of the public. Help them understand the rules of justice you have decreed so that peace and security, happiness and freedom will never depart from our land. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance. Sergeants at arms, please open the doors of the House. Members and guests, please take your seats. Without objection, the approval of the Journal of Wednesday, June the 5th, 2024 will be postponed until printed. Colleagues, if you can please take your seats, we have a few special guests. Our colleague, Representative Kozarowski and Representative Haddock, who serve Lackawanna and Luzerne counties, have brought the 2024 National Championship mock trial team and team advisors from the Abington Heights High School. They also won the 2024 state championship, which sent them to the nationals. They are seated today in the gallery. With these champions from the mock trial team, please stand along with your advisors. Congratulations. Also in the gallery, our colleague that serves York, Representative Klunk, has brought Sagan Marks, who is the second place winner of a best lift of 75 kilograms at the World Bench Press Nationals recently in Austin, Texas. She's a senior at Susquehannock High School, and she's joined by her parents, Joni and Aaron, up in the gallery. Please stand and congratulations. Keep lifting strong. Our colleague that serves Allegheny County, Representative Ortizai, has brought today Alicia Kozak. She's a motivational speaker, and she is an advocate with the Victim and Missing Persons Organization, the Internet Safety Expert and Survivor Group. Alicia has testified before the United States House of Representatives and works to secure passage of her namesake, Alicia's Law, in all 50 states. Alicia's Law would provide a dedicated, steady stream of state-specific funding to end internet crimes against children. Alicia, thank you for your advocacy. Please stand. Welcome to the floor of the House. Also in the gallery, our colleague that serves York, well, two of them, Representatives Hill Evans and Kiefer, have brought Miss Pennsylvania Miranda Moore and Miss Pennsylvania teen Lizzie Shacklet, along with the 25 delegates who are competing for Miss Pennsylvania 2024. Please stand up, Queens. Congratulations. Our colleague who serves Lancaster County, Representative Jones, has his legislative summer intern here in the Capitol. Please stand, and I apologize, I don't have your name. Thank you for being here, and we appreciate all your hard work this summer. Representative Sanchez, who serves Montgomery County, has members of his legislative district office staff and legislative summer interns here at the Capitol today. Those who've come from Abington, please stand. Welcome to the floor of the House. We have some guests that are seated to the left of the speaker's rostrum. We're going to start with a special guest from our colleague that serves Allegheny County, Representative Mark Hozick. Today, he's brought with us Michael Kidd Gilchrist. He is a retired player from the National Basketball Association. He was drafted as a #2 pick in the 2012 NBA draft by Charlotte. He played with Charlotte, Dallas, and New York throughout his career. He's also founded and leading an organization called Change and Impact. He stuttered his entire life, which led him to launch this nonprofit with a mission to improve access to health care while expanding services and resources for those who struggle with stuttering. Michael's travels around the country. He speaks at colleges, he visits children's hospitals, and does so much more. We are so very grateful to have you in the floor of the House. Please let's welcome Michael Gilchrist. Also seated to the left of the speaker's rostrum, our colleague that serves Lancaster, Representative Starla, has brought the Manheim Township School District Board President, Nikki Rivera. Please welcome Nikki Rivera. Our colleague that serves Allegheny County, Representative Powell, has brought Andy Masick, the CEO of Heinz History Museum. The Heinz History Museum is the #1 history museum in our country, and it has many exhibitions of Pittsburgh innovations like How Women Shaped Pittsburgh, Wars of the Empire and Liberty, Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, From Slavery to Freedom, just to name a few. Andy, please stand. Thank you for your hard work at home. Representative Diorsi from York has brought to us Nova Leia Verno. She is shadowing him today, an upcoming junior at the Commonwealth University of Pennsylvania Bloomsburg campus. She's double majoring in journalism and political science while also minoring in technical writing and legal studies. She is the editor-in-chief of Bloomsburg's student newspaper, The Voice, and she is the president of the Bloomsburg Chapter Political Science Student Association and a leader with the Disciple Makers Christian Fellowship. Nova Leia, please stand. We're so proud of you. Our colleague, Representative Fleming, who serves Dauphin County, brings to us today Suha Rockwell, a student in the Susquehanna Township School District, is shadowing Representative Fleming today to learn more about our state government. Please stand to the left of the speaker's rostrum. Are there requests for leaves of absence? The chair recognizes the majority whip, who indicates there are none. The chair recognizes the minority whip, who requests leave for Representative Zimmerman of Lancaster for the day. Without objection, leave will be granted. Chair is about to take the master roll call. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the votes. 201 members having voted on the master roll call. A quorum is present. Colleagues, we're about to take up a condolence resolution honoring the memory of the Honorable Kent D. Schallhammer of North Center Township in Columbia County. Sergeants at arms, please close the doors of the House. Members, please take your seats. The chair recognizes the majority leader, who calls up House Resolution 472, printer's number 3260 on page 1 of the uncontested calendar, Supplemental A. Will the House agree to the resolution? The clerk will read the resolution.
Resolution extending sincere condolences on the death of the Honorable Kent D. Schallhammer Sr., a former member from North Center Township, Columbia County. Whereas the House of Representatives commends the faithful service of Mr. Schallhammer, who died May 31st, 2024, at 99 years of age. And whereas Mr. Schallhammer's legislative record, including restoring funding for agricultural research, reflected the important relationships he built as a rural lawmaker and fruit grower at Schallhammer Farms, North Center Township, which he purchased from his father in 1948. And whereas, first elected to the House of Representatives, 109th District, in an upset victory in 1964, Mr. Schallhammer represented Columbia and Montour counties from 1965 through 1976. And whereas, Mr. Schallhammer then served in Governor Milton Schaap's cabinet as Secretary of Agriculture, notably conducting whole agency meetings and addressing Johnstown flood relief and farm show complex, and Pennsylvania veterinary laboratory renovations. And whereas Mr. Schallhammer contributed his energies and expertise to the Columbia County Extension Service, the Columbia County Farmers Association, and as Superintendent of Agriculture at the Bloomsburg Fair. And whereas Mr. Schallhammer further contributed to his community through his local congregations, Ebenezer United Methodist Church, North Center Township, and Shiloh Bible Church, Almedia, and as a life member of the Orangeville Fire Company and founding member of the Orangeville Sportsman's Club. And whereas Mr. Schallhammer's exemplary record of service includes his work as a sergeant in the United States Army Corps of Engineers, European Theater of Operations near the end of World War II. And whereas, born in the borough of Orangeville, Columbia County on November 30th, 1924, Mr. Schallhammer was a son of the late Lester S. and Bertha Howell Schallhammer and an Orangeville High School graduate. And whereas Mary J. Holmes Schallhammer, Mr. Schallhammer's wife of 73 years, died in 2022 at 100 years of age. And whereas their children, Kent D. Schallhammer Jr., Rebecca J. Knorr, and Cindy E. Sides, grandchildren and great-grandchildren survive Mr. Schallhammer. And whereas their children, Stephen L. Schallhammer and Carol L. Wall, and 3 sisters preceded him in death. And whereas Mr. Schallhammer is being interred at Ebenezer Cemetery in North Center Township with full military honors. Therefore, be it resolved that the House of Representatives extends sincere condolences on the death of the Honorable Kent D. Schallhammer Sr., a former member from North Center Township, Columbia County, and be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be transmitted to Mr. Schallhammer's family.
Chair thanks the clerk. On that question, Chair recognizes the gentleman from Columbia, Representative Ledbetter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In honoring the memory of our friend, Kent Shellhammer, we recognize a dedicated public servant who truly embodied what it meant to be a producer of good fruit, whether it was from his very own trees on his farm or metaphorically throughout his life. Kent's journey from Orangeville High School to the Pennsylvania State Legislature exemplifies a life of service marked by integrity, compassion, and an unwavering commitment to the community. Reflecting on his legacy, we remember his courageous service as a sergeant in the United States Army during World War II. His valor and sacrifice, reflected in the medals he earned, are a testament to his bravery and selflessness. Throughout his career, Kent wore many hats, from owner of Shellhammer Farms to school director to commissioner of Columbia County. However, it was his tenure as a state representative that truly showcased his passion for public service. Rep. Shellhammer served with distinction for consecutive terms, leaving an undeniable mark on our legislature. Kent's tenure as Secretary of the Pennsylvania Department of Agriculture was particularly noteworthy. His leadership and vision helped shape policies that bolstered our agriculture sector, a cornerstone of our Commonwealth's economy and Columbia County's heritage. I extend my deepest condolences to Kent's family, friends, and loved ones. May they find solace in the memories of his extraordinary life and the profound impact he made on our community and Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Those who are in favor of the resolution will rise and remain standing for a moment of silence as a mark of respect for the deceased former member. Guests, please also rise as able. The resolution has been unanimously adopted. Sergeants at Arms, please open the doors of the House. The chair referred the following bills, which the clerk will now read.
Referrals, June 6, 2024. House Resolution 472 to the uncontested calendar under Rule 35. Referrals, June 7, 2024. Senate Bill 1084 to Commerce, House Bill 2393 to Environmental Resources and Energy, House Bill 2395 and Senate Bill 194 to Finance, House Resolution 471 to Health, House Bill 2396 to Housing and Community Development, House Bill 2390 to Judiciary, Senate Bill 688 to Liquor Control, House Bill 2389 to Local Government, Senate Bill 1165 to Professional Licensure, House Resolution 470 to Tourism and Economic and Recreational Development, House Bill 2391 to Transportation, and House Bill 2392 to Veterans Affairs and Emergency Preparedness. Referrals, June 10, 2024. House Bill 2402 to Consumer Protection, Technology and Utilities, House Bill 2398 to Education, House Bill 2397 to Environmental Resources and Energy, House Bill 2399 to Insurance, and House Bill 2401 to Transportation.
The chair recognizes Representative Nielsen, Chair of the Committee on Transportation, who reports the following bills. House Bill 127, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. House Bill 1359, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. House Bill 2364, reported as amended. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. House Bill 2391, reported as amended. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The chair recognizes Representative Nielsen, Chair of the Committee on Transportation, who reports the following resolutions. H.R. 465, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. Chair recognizes guest from Representative Tom Jones from Lancaster and Lebanon. Summer intern is here, Gina Phillips. Gina, welcome to the Capitol. Representative Cerisi from Montgomery County welcomes Mike Alali, percussion director, and the Springford High School and percussion team, who are the winners of the Percussion Scholastic A Division World Championship. Obviously, he's got a fan club. Welcome to the Hall of the House. Chair recognizes the Majority Caucus Chair, Representative Schlossberg, for a caucus announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, House Democrats will caucus at 1:45. We will be prepared to return to the floor at 2:30.
Chair recognizes the Minority Caucus Chair, Representative Dunbar, for a caucus announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Republicans will caucus at 1:30. Republicans will caucus at 1:30. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes the Vice Chair of the Majority Appropriations Committee, Representative Mullins, for a appropriations meeting announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Appropriations Committee will meet immediately in the Majority Caucus room. Appropriations Committee meeting immediately. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
House stands in recess until 2:30 unless sooner recalled by the Speaker.
The hour of 2:45 having arrived, the House will come to order. If I could have the attention of the members, we have one more guest introduction to make. Sergeant at Arms will clear the aisles. Members will take their seats. Colleagues, guest of Representative Curry, the gentlelady from Delaware, it is the honor of the House to welcome Vi Curry, Representative Curry's mother-in-law, to the Capitol. Ms. Curry is here today with the Philadelphia Federation of Teachers to advocate for basic education funding. Ms. Curry has over 50 years of experience as a teacher and union representative. Welcome to the floor of the House, Ms. Curry. Please stand. The chair will refer the following bills which the clerk will read.
Referrals, June 10th, 2024. House Resolution 473 to Health, House Resolution 475 to State Government, and House Resolution 474 to Veterans Affairs and Emergency Preparedness.
The chair recognizes Representative Harris, Chair of the Committee on Appropriations, who reports the following bills. House Bill 1021, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 1064, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 1754, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 2127, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 2370, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 1754, printer's number 3198, on page 2 of Supplemental Calendar A. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill requires health insurance policies and government programs to provide coverage of biomarker testing.
The bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass finally? On the question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Lackawanna County, Representative Mullins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be exceptionally brief. This bill is something I'm so proud to see get to this point of final passage and onward to the Senate. It is a measure that would require insurance companies cover biomarker testing for the sake of insurance coverage. You know, you'll remember, one of the first and perhaps one of the most agreed upon and meaningful healthcare policies that we approved was our first order of business, was Act 1 of 2023, to require that insurance companies cover breast cancer screening for high-risk women. This joins in that effort, which is a bipartisan one at that. So I must thank Senator Robinson, the Senate's companion sponsor, Leader Cutler, who's joined me in co-priming this bill, because this bill would not just benefit those with cancer or with predisposition to cancer or biomarkers for cancer, but it is a disease-agnostic bill. As so many of you know, that Leader Cutler and I share some sadness that drives our purpose and passion in having lost parents to Lou Gehrig's disease, to ALS. So the disease-agnostic and inclusive nature of this bill ensures that we will be able to ensure coverage for those diseases as well. I also have to thank the various advocacy organizations who worked long and hard, especially the ALS Association, the Cancer Society, and others. So I just want to thank a bipartisan list of legislators here in this room, and ask for your immediate consideration, and I do so with my gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. On the question, the chair recognizes the Republican leader, the gentleman from Lancaster County, Representative Cutler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the gentleman from the 112th for the important work and the ability to work on this issue. I also think it's important to recognize the work that's went into the bill, as well as the compromise amendment that was inserted previously. This is an issue that we have many times with healthcare patients. Own story, Mr. Speaker, with Lou Gehrig's disease, but this will also apply to other neurodegenerative diseases, cancers, and the whole host of individuals that came together to reach this compromise, I think, is very important. It's an issue that many times these individuals would have to go through very expensive treatments and exhaust that prior to getting to the treatment that would actually work. This will actually allow for the targeting of treatment, hopefully not just to get to one that will work sooner, but someday ultimately lead to cures and the better outcomes for both the patients and the family members. I urge a yes vote. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays shall now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the final passage of the bill. The yeas are 200, the nays are 1. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the majority leader, who calls up House Bill 2182, printer's number 3145, on page 3 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill provides for visual signals on authorized vehicles.
Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The chair recognizes the majority leader, who calls up House Bill 2196, printer's number 3139, on page 2 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill establishes consumer protections for automatic contract renewals and the Contract Automatic Renewal Act.
Will the House agree to the bill? Representative Flood offers A04776. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes the gentlelady from Northampton County, Representative Flood.
Thank you, Chair. I rise today to ask for your support of Amendment A04776, which is designed to ensure that this legislation does not cause additional costs to be passed on to consumers. This legislation, while well-intentioned, creates a system where any business that offers automatic renewal contracts will have to set up a substantial internal bureaucracy to ensure that the requirements of this legislation are complied with. These businesses, many of which employ lots of Pennsylvanians, will have to alter all of their documents to satisfy these requirements and will have to track what version of documents and websites customers are provided. I'm sure the sponsor disagrees with me, but that sounds like a lot of cost to be passed on to consumers. So let's make sure. My amendment provides that the legislation won't take effect unless the PUC determines, after a hearing, to receive testimony and input, that there will be no cost passed on to the consumer. I ask for your support of this amendment so that we can be sure that we aren't accidentally making things more expensive for our consumers. Thank you.
The chair thanks the gentlelady. On the question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Beaver County, Representative Matsey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the maker of the amendment please rise for interrogation?
The gentlelady declines.
Chairman, will the majority chairman of the Commerce Committee rise for interrogation? I'm just trying to get an answer.
The gentleman will stand for interrogation. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chair, this amendment directs the PUC to conduct public hearings and make cost determination. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Are electric, gas, and water customers subject to the provisions of HB 2196?
They're exempt from it at this point.
Thank you. That concludes my interrogation on the amendment.
The gentleman is in order on the amendment.
As the majority chairman of the Oversight Committee of the Public Utility Commission, I felt compelled to ask those questions and speak. The PUC has regulatory authority by statute over privately owned public utilities, rideshare services, taxi cab and limo services, and landline telephones. Also, railroad crossings, just for the record. Retail electric, gas, water, and wastewater companies are not, I repeat, not subject to the provisions of HB 2196, as the chairman verified. And for the information of the members, cable television, internet, and cell phones are not regulated by the PUC. So I can't really understand why we would entertain asking the Public Utility Commission to conduct hearings and issue an order in subject matter they have no experience in and no statutory authority to regulate. No electric, gas, and water customers will be impacted by this bill. None. That's a fact. If you don't believe that, you're simply wrong. This amendment is a nothing burger. And while it may sound like a pro-consumer amendment, it is anything but. What it is, by any measure, is misdirected, non-binding, and meaningless. I urge a no vote on Amendment A04776. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman. On the amendment, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Delaware County, Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With regard to the amendment A04776 of House Bill 2196, in the comments you just heard about the jurisdiction of the PUC, I say one thing: hogwash. Here's the applicability of this bill. A lease under the Landlord and Tenant Act, PUC has no jurisdiction. A contract subject to the Health Club Act, the PUC has no jurisdiction. A contract subject to the Electricity Generation, Customer Choice, and Competition Act, where the PUC has jurisdiction. This bill deals with recurring contracts, evergreen provisions, by which a customer is required to continue their contractual relationship with a generation supplier who is licensed by the Pennsylvania PUC. This amendment most clearly has a basis in law, a basis in jurisdiction, and I highly recommend its approval. Thank you very much.
Chair thanks the gentleman. On the amendment, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Center County, Representative Conklin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the gentlelady for her amendment, but this is not an agreed-to amendment, and I'm asking the body to please vote no.
The question recurs. Will the House agree to the amendment? Whoop. Scratch that. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Lancaster County, the Republican leader, Representative Cutler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think the good gentleman from Delaware County outlined exactly why this amendment applies to this bill and it should be supported. I also understand that the majority chair said that it is not agreed to. That may be, in fact, true, but, Mr. Speaker, that's an excuse, not a reason. I urge a yes vote on the amendment.
The question recurs. Will the House agree to the amendment? Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. On the amendment, the yeas are 98, the nays 103. The amendment fails. Representative Ecker offers A04779. Will the House agree to the amendment? On the amendment, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Adams County, Representative Ecker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to ask your support for the amendment before us, which is to ensure and is designed to ensure that this legislation benefits consumers, not the attorneys they hire. This bill requires businesses offering automatic renewal contracts to establish substantial compliance systems, good in nature. However, failure to comply will result in violations of the Unfair Trade Practices Act, which allows civil cases by the Attorney General, district attorneys, and in this case, private individuals. The penalties for noncompliance are severe, with courts able to award up to triple damages and attorney's fees. This encourages predatory firms targeting Pennsylvania businesses for high payouts, while the consumers it seeks to benefit very little. Mr. Speaker, this will exacerbate the issue that we have in this state where predatory firms make business decisions to go after Pennsylvania employers by filing civil lawsuits that result in high payoffs and paltry sums for those they represent. Our Attorney General and district attorneys already have the authority to bring these cases without private or profit motives. If this bill truly aims to protect consumers, let's ensure the public servants here, not the profit-driven law firms, handle these cases. I would ask for a yes vote.
Chair thanks the gentleman. On the question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Center County, Representative Conklin.
I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there's no excuses on this one, just reasons. I'm asking the body to please vote yes. This is a very good amendment put forth by the gentleman.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Will the House agree to the amendment? Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. On the amendment, the yeas are 200, the nays 1. The amendment is agreed to. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The bill as amended will be reprinted. The chair recognizes the majority leader, who calls up House Bill 2309, printers number 3130, on page 1 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill establishes the Dairy Margin Coverage Financial Assistance Program.
Will the House agree to the bill? Representative Mowell offers A04786. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman, Representative Mowell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to withdraw Amendment 04786 and offer 04787 in its place.
The gentleman withdraws Amendment 04786 and offers Amendment 04787. Will the House agree to the amendment? On the question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Adams, Representative Mowell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 04787 makes technical corrections and requires the Department of Agriculture to give priority to assisting new producers with enrolling and initially purchasing dairy margin risk management coverage. It also requires the department to consult with the Center for Dairy Excellence when developing and establishing program guidelines and eligibility criteria for producers receiving financial assistance to enroll in federal dairy margin coverage risk management programs. In short, This encourages young farmers to enter into the dairy margins risk program. It's like crop insurance for the dairy margins. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. On the question, the chair recognizes the gentlelady from Allegheny County, Representative Kincaid.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is an agreed to amendment, and I would encourage a yes vote. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Will the House agree to the amendment? Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. On the amendment, the ayes are 201, the nays are 0. The amendment is agreed to. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The bill as amended will be reprinted. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 2310, printers number 3140, on page 1 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill establishes the Agriculture Innovation Grant Program.
Will the House agree to the bill? Representative Owlett offers A04788. Will the House agree to the amendment? On the amendment, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Clinton County, Representative Owlett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment changes the eligibility threshold from $2,000 to $20,000. We really are trying to capture those that have invested significant resources and are receiving decent income from their investment. Their skin in the game proves that they are looking to be involved in this. It also adds qualifying votes and some members to the board. This is very similar to the Commonwealth Finance Authority and the Broadband Authority that we created last year, which has really worked very smooth to get these resources out to those that really can use them, and I'd appreciate a yes vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman and apologizes for getting his home county wrong. On the amendment, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Center County, Representative Takak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to thank the gentleman for his productive conversations and offering this amendment, but at this time, this is not an agreed to amendment, and I would ask for a no vote.
The chair thanks the gentleman. Will the House agree to the amendment? Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. On the amendment, the ayes are 99, the nays are 102. The amendment fails. It is the chair's understanding that the remaining amendment has been withdrawn. Chair thanks the gentleman. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The bill as amended will be reprinted. To clarify, the bill was not amended. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 1021, printers number 3053 on page 2 of supplemental calendar A. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill prohibits life insurers from discriminating against an applicant or enrollee who obtained an opioid overdose reversal agent, such as naloxone.
The bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass finally? On the question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Montgomery County. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Delaware County, Representative Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sorry to confuse that. I am the co-prime of the bill, and Representative Sanchez has deferred to me to speak. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for an affirmative vote today for House Bill 1021, which tackles discrimination faced by individuals with naloxone in their prescription profiles. This bill is named after a constituent of mine, Lloyd, Sharon White's son, who tragically lost his battle with addiction. Sharon White's efforts and her family to save her son Lloyd led her to obtain naloxone, an opioid reversal medication. When Sharon sought life insurance, she was denied due to naloxone appearing in her pharmacy profile, despite it not being for her. The opioid epidemic in Pennsylvania underlines the importance of this access. While some argue naloxone is available over the counter or for free, insurance coverage reduces many barriers to access. Sharon's experience underscores the discrimination faced by many individuals like herself. Lloyd's Law aims to prohibit insurers from denying coverage to individuals solely because they possess naloxone in their prescription profiles. This legislation is crucial in ensuring fair treatment for individuals seeking life insurance coverage while also addressing the stigma and discrimination surrounding substance use disorders. I want to thank my predecessor for being the original maker of the bill. I also would like to thank the Insurance Committee and the chairwoman there for having this go through, and the minority chair. Thank you. I strongly advocate for a yes vote on House Bill 1021. And lastly, I'd like to thank the maker of the bill, Representative Sanchez, for deferring to me to speak about my constituent. Thank you so much. Chair thanks the gentlelady. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on final passage of the bill. The yeas are 201, the nays are 0. Majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes the House finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 1064, printers number 3134 on page 2 of Supplemental Calendar A. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill expands eligible projects for tax increment financing districts.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? And on that question, Chair recognizes the maker of the bill, the gentlelady from Allegheny County, Representative Powell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of HB 1064, which addresses a financing tool known as TIF, or tax increment financing. TIFs are critical tools allowing local governments to finance development projects using the revenue generated from the development itself. The idea is that public investment in infrastructure bolsters property value growth, leading to increased property tax revenue. But sometimes, these increased property values can have a negative effect on residents, such as displacement and gentrification. This bill adds anti-displacement activities as an allowable expense under a TIF, including the creation and preservation of affordable housing, workforce programs, and rental assistance. Our municipalities are always looking to the General Assembly for more flexible tools to allow them to grow and invest in their own communities. Tax increment financing is one of those tools. It truly is a transformational opportunity for all of our municipalities to bet on themselves and invest in their own futures. And I encourage and hope that my colleagues will vote yes on this bill. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Question recurs. Will the House pass 1064? Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on final passage of the bill. The yeas are 104, the nays are 97. Majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes the House finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 2127, printers number 3528 on page 2 of Supplemental Calendar A. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? Clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill requires health facilities and providers treating patients related to pregnancy to screen and educate on perinatal depression.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. Question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? On that question, chair recognizes the maker of the bill, the gentlelady from Philadelphia County, Representative Fiedler.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Our bill is called the Perinatal and Postpartum Awareness Act, or HB 2127. It empowers the Department of Health to create a public awareness campaign so new moms in all of our districts can have a better idea of what postpartum depression looks like, to determine if it's something they're struggling with, and importantly, to know that they can get help and be well. I'm grateful to the chairs of the Health Committee, Chairs Frankel and Rapp, and their staffs for their work on this bill and making sure we got to a place where we could hopefully receive bipartisan support for this issue that indeed impacts all of our districts. If you don't know, postpartum depression affects at least 1 in every 7 new moms. If that surprises you, you're not alone. Stigma, fear, and lack of education leave many pregnant people and their families in the dark, unaware of what postpartum depression is, and entirely unaware that they can get better. Along with my colleagues on this bill and fellow moms, Rep. Gina Curry and Rep. Lisa Borowski, we are proud that this bill will help more new moms be aware of this common complication of giving birth and get well. This bill is part of the Momnibus, and I am incredibly grateful to the Black Maternal Health Caucus and co-chairs Reps. Morgan Cephas, Gina Curry, and Latasha Mays for their incredible work on tackling racial disparities in maternal health and decreasing Black maternal mortality in the Commonwealth. I think we can all agree that new mothers deserve to feel supported in the time before and after a new baby arrives. Having the widely available education materials provided by this bill will help to do that. I'd like to thank all of the stakeholders who have helped us to get us to this point, and I would like to thank my colleagues for their support of this legislation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. The House will come to order. Members should be heard. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Warren County, the Minority Chair of Health, Representative Rapp.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I initially had concerns with the way this legislation was drafted, though the bill was clearly very well intentioned. In committee, however, I expressed my sincere hope that these concerns could be addressed and I would be able to support House Bill 2127 on the floor. Since then, I have had the opportunity to work across the aisle and address these issues through a floor amendment which passed unanimously last week. Again, I would like to thank the prime sponsor for her work and collaboration with me on this matter. I'm very pleased to offer my support for House Bill 2127 today. I encourage my colleagues to join me in supporting the mental health and well-being of pregnant women and mothers by voting yes on this legislation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Agreeable to the, Chair recognizes the gentleman from Montgomery County, Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will not be long. I say to every constituent I know who is having a baby, all the men especially, I always wish them well. I congratulate them, and then I tell them every single time, I say, make sure that you take care of that lady. That baby is amazing. It will change your life. However, that lady is going to give her entire life to take care of that baby. Know that. Your job as the man in that relationship is to make sure you do everything you can to take care of her. So this is a wonderful opportunity because this is an extremely important bill that we, all of us as men who are just honored to be a part of this impressive moment, this miracle that we all understand. This is an amazing opportunity to make sure we do everything we can to take care of that lady, because she will do everything she can to take care of that baby. And that's not okay. That's a burden that we must make sure that we step into, because this is a stigma. This is a major concern that really can break families. Our women are doing amazing, amazing work, and it is our job to make sure that we're trying to step into the gap and doing half as much. Do everything you can to take care of that lady. Please vote yes on this bill. Thank you.
Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the final passage of the bill. The yeas are 201 and nays are 0. Majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes the House finally. The clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 2370, printers number 3196, on page 1 of Supplemental Calendar A. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? Clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill contains basic education funding formulas.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? On that question, the chair recognizes the gentlelady from Philadelphia County, Representative Isaacson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A thorough and efficient system of public education. No matter your zip code, that is what we are constitutionally tasked to provide every learner in Pennsylvania with, and that is what this bill aims to do. While it is far overdue, and while many of us in this chamber fought for this funding and reforms for years before the court ruled that we must do so, I will not let that stand in the way of celebrating this historic moment and the historic win for our students who have went without proper resources for far too long. As a member of the Basic Education Funding Commission, I heard testimony and spoke directly with students, teachers, and faculty across Pennsylvania. Personal and political opinions cannot change the devastating facts and truth about the state of our underfunded school districts and our students, but passing this bill can. HB 2370 can. Today, we tell every young learner, no matter where they live, the resources of their communities, we tell them that they matter, and that their educational opportunities will not be limited by the tax base of their neighborhoods. HB 2370 cannot change the past, nor can it erase the decades of underfunding of our public schools. What it can do and what it will do is reshape and transform the future of every school district and student across the Commonwealth while providing stability and adequacy, equity, fairness, and a comprehensive and effective education. We have stood at too many podiums after podiums demanding a fair funding formula, demanding a thorough and efficient public education system, demanding that we fund our facilities and end toxic schools, demanding cyber charter school reform, demanding that taxpayer dollars not be used for charter schools advertising literally in gilded and gold. This is it. HB 2370 is it. The bill is the start, but that it lays an incredible foundation for our public schools for years to come. I am so honored to be a sponsor of this bill, and I hope that you will join me in voting yes for every student in Pennsylvania. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. On that question, Chair recognizes the gentleman from Lawrence, Representative Bernstein.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition to House Bill 2370. The Basic Education Commission was a partisan parade that accomplished nothing more than what any partisan thinker would have predicted from the outset.
The gentleman will suspend. The gentleman will not question the motives and will stick to the legislation that's in front of the House for final passage. The gentleman may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, advocates talked as though they went and got diverse feedback across the state. The truth is that 11 school districts were visited during this entire evaluation period. That accounts for less than 2% of school districts across the entire state. The makeup of the committee that was formulated is partisan in nature and clearly favored the Democrat plan. Most importantly, this bill was rammed and managed in such a way that no amendments were able to be put forward. We spend in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, currently today, $22,000 per student K through 12. That is indeed the 7th highest in the entire country and more than $4.1 thousand more than the average. Today, schools have in reserves $6.8 billion, which isn't really reserves. What that does mean is that's money in the bank account where individuals were overtaxed, and now we have these large amounts of funds sitting ready to be spent on actual students and student needs. Most important is the question that we should ask ourselves is this. Currently, there are 34 schools who will get more money today under this package than previously before, and not one child in that entire school is proficient in mathematics. So, Madam Speaker, we can give them all the money in the world, but we better not ask them to count it because they don't know basic math in order to do so. I'm hopeful that we begin to look at actual education issues that each individual student can learn in their own unique way. And several of us in this body will quit bowing down to the PSEA, which really stands for Presenting Students from Educational Advancement.
Members do not engage in personal attacks against other members. On that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Lancaster, Majority Chair, Representative Sturla.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, House Bill 2370 would implement recommendations from the Basic Education Funding Commission's majority report to meet our constitutional duty of providing an adequate and equitable public education system in Pennsylvania, as well as provide changes to the cyber charter reimbursement rates. I want to thank Chairman Schweier, Representative Isaacson, leaders of the majority in the House, education advocates from around the state, and Republicans who participated on that Basic Ed Funding Commission as well. For anyone who may not be familiar with what's at stake, 10 years ago, multiple school districts, along with education advocates, filed a suit against the Commonwealth, asserting that the system by which we fund public education in this state is in violation of the Constitution of Pennsylvania. Remember, this is the Constitution that every time we take office, we hold our hand up and swear to defend. 16 months ago, in a 786-page ruling, the Commonwealth Court of Pennsylvania agreed with the plaintiffs and charged the legislature with redesigning the funding system for education. As co-chair of the BEFC, we held 13 public hearings last year across the Commonwealth to collect input from experts on operations of the current formula and to hear from educators and administrators on the impact of education on funding in classrooms, schools, and communities. We also received 1,104 public comments via the BEFC's website. I personally met with hundreds of various advocates and school directors. House Bill 2370 embodies those recommendations and meets constitutional muster. I also want to emphasize that during our BEFC commission meetings, I was a co-chair along with a Senate Republican. We heard from all sides. We discussed all ideas. This report includes many of the ideas from both sides of the aisle and both chambers. The Commonwealth Court's detailed ruling called for basic education funding to effectively address adequacy, equity, and timeliness. House Bill 2370 does all three, and it does so in a manner that the state can afford and sustain, giving school districts adequate time to gear up with more teachers, counselors, computers, books, and curriculum that is proven to improve academic outcomes. The bill is an 87-page bill. The first 64 pages deal with the reform to the way we fund cyber charters in the state of Pennsylvania. The last 23 pages embody what came out of that commission report, which is how to adequately and equitably fund education in the state of Pennsylvania. "189 years ago, in 1835, then state legislator Thaddeus Stevens gave a speech against the repeal of the common school law in Pennsylvania. Thaddeus Stevens was known as the Great Commoner because he believed in leveling the playing field for everyone. And in that speech, Stevens actually argued against legislators who proposed to repeal the free common school law and replace it with a subsidy for poor to attend private schools. That same sentiment was repeated in the 786-page ruling where the court said vouchers or funding anything other than the public school system is not a solution to making the way we fund education constitutional. Stevens insisted that everyone benefited from education for all children of Pennsylvania because it contributed to both the civic education and the education that helped every child grow up to contribute to the prosperity of this state. "150 years ago, the Education Clause was added to the Pennsylvania Constitution, calling for a thorough and efficient public education. It reads, "The General Assembly shall provide for the maintenance and support of a thorough and efficient system of public schools wherein all children of this Commonwealth may be educated." If we didn't fund another road in the state of Pennsylvania, if we didn't build another prison, if we didn't provide health care, if we didn't do the myriad of things that we do in our budgets, no one could go to court and ask the court to find that we are violating the Constitution that we are sworn to uphold. But if we don't fund public education, they can. And guess what? 10 years ago, several school districts, along with education advocates, went to court and said, we believe that the way we fund public education in the state of Pennsylvania is unconstitutional. And the courts found that they were correct. Now, the courts also said that they understand that the legislature jostles with all sorts of issues that are non-constitutional considerations. They understand we get tugged of, we ought to build another prison, we ought to build another road, we ought to do those kinds of things. But they also pointed out that those other issues are unworthy of embodiment in the Constitution. We have one charge and one charge only. We can do all the other stuff we want to, but there's only one thing we are required to do, and that is to fund an efficient form of public education in the state of Pennsylvania. And the court said that in order to do that, we must examine the inputs into the system of public education in order to evaluate its constitutionality. They said the most obvious input is funding. And the resources provided to students are also inputs such as courses and curriculum, staff, faculty, and instrumentalities of learning. but that these are inevitably tied to funding. Several years ago, the administration did a costing out study. Back in 2005, the administration found with the costing out study, in conjunction with the legislature, that we were underfunding education by $4.3 billion. That was in 2005. These are long-standing problems that the legislature has known about and failed to act on. We knew there was a big hole in the backyard. And in lean years, we'd say, here's a bucket of money. Here's $100 million, here's $200 million. Go try and start to fill that hole. And in good years, we would say, here's a whole wheelbarrow load full of money. And we'd beat our chests and say, look at us. We normally only provide a bucket full of money. We provided a wheelbarrow load full of money. And then, with the commission this year, we said, how big is the hole that's in the backyard, though? And we found that it was over $5 billion. And that if you included the lack of facilities monies, we were closer to $8 billion. And if you considered the equity gap, we were closer to $9 billion. And if you figured special ed and all the other things, we were closer to $10 billion in gap. And so we realized that the hole in the backyard was the size of an Olympic-sized swimming pool, and we've been trying to fill it with a bucket or a wheelbarrow. It's time to get out the front loader and to run it for the next 7 years. The court also said that any plan devised by respondents at the court's direction will have to provide all students in every district throughout Pennsylvania, not just the petitioners, with an adequately funded education, i.e. a thorough and efficient one. They didn't say, well, you know, sometimes you guys fund some school districts, other times you fund other school districts, that's okay. Not many of you have been around as long as I have, but there was a time in the state of Pennsylvania, not all that long ago, where the state of Pennsylvania was dead last in terms of equitably funding education. And in that survey, they actually included the District of Columbia, so we didn't rank 50th, we ranked 51st. Meaning that there was more disparity between the wealthiest school districts and the poorest school districts than any other state in the nation. In 2015, we sought to rectify that by actually, one, establishing a formula at all, because prior to that, we were one of only 2 states that did not have an actual funding formula in place. But 2, by starting to fund school districts. We could not come to an agreement on how to go about that. So we said, what we'll do is we won't touch anything we've currently been doing. We'll just apply that new equitable funding formula to new money. And lo and behold, you fast forward another 9 or 10 years, and about 25% of the money that goes into public education in the state of Pennsylvania is done in an equitable manner, and 75% is still put in a manner that was considered the most inequitable way of funding education of any state in the nation. And when the courts looked at that, and the people that were arguing against the plaintiffs in this case said, we're making progress, we're 25% of the way there, it's 10 years into this. The court said, 40 or 50 years is not a good plan to adequately and equitably fund education. You're losing generations of students. In fact, in this plan itself, think about this. We're talking about getting kids to adequate funding, full adequate funding, not excess funding, full adequate funding, 7 years from now. So 7 years from now, the kid that enters a school that had previously been underfunded for decades will now be able to enter kindergarten with a cohort of kids where they are getting an adequate amount of funding. And then 13 years after that, they will graduate from high school. So in the year 2045, the actions that we take today will reach their full fruition. In the meantime, we're going to try and bring kids up to speed as quickly as we can. But you know, when a kid's been underfunded chronically for years, think about this. We know that there are 111 school districts in the state of Pennsylvania where they spend $4,000 or more less per student than other school districts. By and large, those are poor districts, and so they have large class sizes. So think about $4,000 per student in a classroom of 25 kids. That's $100,000 per classroom per year. So the child that's entering kindergarten, he and his 24 classmates gets $100,000 less spent on them in kindergarten. That means there's not aides, there's not a librarian, there's not a school nurse, there's not an art program, there's not a music teacher, there's not a school psychologist, there's not. And they're learning in a building that's falling down around them. Now that kid goes to second grade, and they get $100,000 a year less spent on them. And then third grade, same thing. Fourth grade, same thing. By the time that child graduates high school, they and their 24 classmates will have $1.3 million less spent on them than a kid in a school district that's getting adequately funded. Not the most expensive school district in the state of Pennsylvania, not the one that's spending the most on kids, the one that's spending an adequate amount of money. Those kids are shorted $1.3 million. You know, I heard that as a state, we actually spend a fair amount. And that's because we rely extremely heavily on local taxes, which this bill addresses and helps with. But the other thing is that there is such disparity among school districts. There are some school districts that spend more than $30,000 per student and others that spend far less than half of that. So on average, it sounds like we're doing really good because some local school districts that are really wealthy, even though they get very little state funding, are spending $30,000 per student. You know, one of the fun comments that came to us in the commission was, when you look at averages like that, you know how much you make. You and your colleagues go out to a bar, and you know what the average income of the people that are sitting in that bar are. And guess what? Oprah walks into the bar. Your median income just went up by $500,000 a year, maybe $1 million, maybe $5 million, maybe $10 million a year is the average income that just went up. You all are really wealthy people now because you're sitting in a bar where the average income is $10 million a year because Oprah walked into the bar. The notion that if you say the average amount spent in the state of Pennsylvania means we don't need to spend anymore, you're refusing, you're ignoring the kids that are getting absolutely crushed by the fact that they're living in a poor district that doesn't have wealth. This funding formula recognizes weighted students, students that require more effort than other kids. Those weights are the exact same weights that were adopted in 2015 by the Basic Ed Funding Commission. Those weights are the exact same weights that were included in the minority Republican report from the Basic Ed Funding Commission. One of the things that both the minority and majority report included was that we were keeping hold harmless. No school gets less money. Let me repeat that. No school in the state of Pennsylvania gets less money under this plan. I will caution you that if this is left up to the courts actually did mention hold harmless and said that that might be one way to solve this issue. Well, guess what? Currently, there's 315 school districts that benefit from hold harmless, and there's 184 losers. If we eliminate hold harmless, it shifts $1 billion from the 315 winners and gives it to the 184 losers. If the courts get involved in this, I know some of you have been told, don't bother with this, the courts will take care of this for us. If they take care of it for us, and you're one of those hold harmless districts, I can pretty much guarantee you your school district is going to get less money, and you will have voted for your school district to get less money. This school funding formula relies on identifying successful schools in the state. We don't go to Texas or Alaska or some other place to figure out what's a successful school. We look at data from the state of Pennsylvania. And we picked out 75 school districts that have high test scores, high graduation rates, good retention of students, low dropout rates, all the factors that we look at, multiple factors as to what is a successful school. And then, to be conservative, because that's what Democrats do, we eliminated the top 12 spending districts, the ones that spent a lot of money to get success. And we kept the 63 school districts that were moderate spends or low spends because, hey, if somebody can achieve something with less money, let's do it. And that's how we found the median of what a school spends on a per weighted student basis for it to have a successful school. And that's $13,704. You take that times the number of weighted students in the state, and that's where you come up with the $5.4 billion gap. Currently, there are 416 districts in the state that have an adequacy or equity shortfall. The chances of you as a legislator only having the 84 school districts that don't have an adequacy or an equity shortfall are pretty slim. As I pointed out earlier, there's 111 districts where the shortfall in adequacy is 4,000 per student or more. The median shortfall is $2,680 per student. These are students that live in the districts that you represent. And even if you don't represent the districts, you swore an oath to defend the Constitution that said we need to fund all children in the state of Pennsylvania, not just the children that live in your district. If you're a business, I always do this when I speak to chambers of commerce. I always say to the members, Do you just hire employees from the district where your business is located or where your house is located? And they look at me like I'm from Mars. They go, no, of course not. We hire people from a 60-mile radius. People drive an hour to get to work here. Then you all should be as concerned about what a student is doing in a district 10 or 20 or 30 or 40 or 50 miles away as you are about the one that's in your backyard. Because those are the future employees. Those are the people that are going to contribute to the society here in Pennsylvania. So we're adding more money, and we're making sure that it's getting spent on proven programs. Now, for those of you that weren't around in 2008 or prior to that, then Governor Rendell, after doing a costing out study, had started to put more money into basic education. And then Republican Speaker Sam Smith insisted that in order for those funds to be accountable, he wanted to do accountability block grants. And we did accountability block grants. And they only went to schools that, or to programs that were successful. In 2008,
the gentleman will briefly suspend. Just for the members' of attention, there are several people waiting to give their feedback on the final passage of the good gentleman's bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll try and wrap it up here. For those of you that don't understand, I've been talking about this for 34 years now. This is a summary. If I spent 10 minutes per billion, I can still talk for another hour. In 2008, the state of Pennsylvania led the nation in improvement in standardized test scores because we funded education in a way that had accountability attached to it. That's what this bill does. We determine interim targets. The Basic Ed Funding Commission gets reconstituted 5 years from now to make any tinkering and adjustments that need to be done. And oh, by the way, did I fail to mention the $956 million that goes to 169 districts that currently overtax their constituents locally because the state refuses to fund education in their districts. Those school districts will have the opportunity to actually refund money. So I've heard that this is a huge tax increase. There is no proposal in this legislation to increase taxes 1 cent. There is a proposal to refund $956 million to taxpayers. Madam Speaker, I'll wrap it up here by using a quote from Thaddeus Stevens, who was the creator of basic education in the state of Pennsylvania, free public education. And he said, I trust that when we come to act on this question, we shall take lofty ground, look beyond the narrow space which now circumscribes our vision, beyond the passing, fleeting point of time on which we stand, and so cast our votes that the blessing of education shall be conferred on every son of Pennsylvania, shall be carried home to the poorest child of the poorest inhabitant of the meanest hut of our mountains, so that even he may be prepared to act well his part in this land of freedom. I asked for an affirmative vote. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. The question recurs. Will the House pass House Bill 2370? On that question, the chair goes to York County and asks for Representative Fink to share her comments on the final passage of the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I stand in opposition to House Bill 2370. As a former educator who has witnessed the trends in education, both in my profession and as a mom, I can say that this bill is pushing an already beleaguered education system in the wrong direction. Kids learn differently, especially Generation Z. Billions more in tax dollars will not magically change this fact or change outcomes in some of our underachieving schools, as Senator Williams so articulately put it. The future of education, in my professional view, is a hybrid learning, not more the same. We're quick to adapt in other areas, it seems, but not when it comes to how we educate our children, and the math and reading scores show it. This bill will not cure these problems. In fact, it's quite possible that, if enacted, will make things worse. I urge a no vote on this bill.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. On that question, chair goes to the gentleman from Clearfield, Representative Keppard.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise in opposition to House Bill 2370. In this legislature, my job is to represent the people of the 73rd Legislative District. The 73rd Legislative District is a rural district in coal country. The district consists of 9 school districts, either shared or in their entirety, the largest being Clearfield Area School District and the smallest being Harmony School District. This debate today stems from many things. Among other things, one thing we will hear mentioned is a Commonwealth Court decision. I'm very familiar with the court decisions people reference. As my previous job, I worked as a lawyer for one of the judges across the street at the Commonwealth Court, although not Judge Cone Jubileer, but another judge, when the hearings of that case were in full swing. Therefore, I'm quite familiar with the court and the decisions it issues. Let me also introduce you all to a constitutional principle called the separation of powers, the power of the purse, and the legislative power to make laws. It should also be noted that this debate must reach into recent history. A point that must be discussed in this debate is previous deals and legislation passed by this chamber, as it goes to show how we got here. Last year, among other things, the fiscal code took out $100 million in level up funding, which is funding for the state's most underfunded schools, and put it toward building buildings in even the most wealthiest school districts in the state. As someone who had at least one, but potentially 3 schools that would have been eligible for that funding, that doesn't sit quite right with me. So now to today, we get to this bill. As I mentioned, given I had 3 schools that potentially qualified for that funding last year, and another that has recently come out of the bottom 15% of achieving category, thankfully, you would think that this bill would be a home run for districts like mine. Well, not so fast. Let's dive into the numbers. Using the co-sponsor memo attachment with this bill, my legislative district gets approximately 80% of what the average legislative district in this state should get in terms of funding after calculating the numbers. Again, that's with 3 school districts that were on the verge of receiving level up last year and 1 in the lower performing category. The 73rd district only gets about 4/5 of what the average legislative district should get in new funding. Merely take total funding divided by legislative districts. How could that be possible? Well, that's because 2 of my districts, Harmony and Purchase Line, get no adequacy funding, 0%. Harmony has 15 kids in a graduating class on average and a median teacher salary that starts in the mid-30,000s. I was just there yesterday. As a very rural farming community, there's not much of a tax base compared to other districts around the state. Purchase Line is a bordering school district, which also, again, gets 0% adequacy funding. My home school district, Phillipsburg-Osceola, gets little adequacy adjustment, compared to 37% to 1 county in the southeast. Biggest taxpayer in the PO school district is an ICE detention facility, to put things in perspective. When you boil down the numbers, you can see the true priorities here. Where does all the future proposed funding go in this bill? Well, about 1/4 of it go to 1 county and 1 school district in the southeast. And for those back home, it is all too often we don't have to guess which county that is. According to the co-sponsor memo attachment, if the full funding requests were granted, nearly $243 million, again, about 1/4 of all funding, will go to the 1 county in this state and 1 school district. That one school district gets a 37% adequacy funding boost. Meanwhile, Harmony will get a total increase of $40,000. $243 million to one school, $40,000 to another. Now let's further break down the numbers here. You may say, well, Dallas, there are more legislative districts in that school district and more people. Yes, that's definitely true. But when you take into account the legislative districts in that one county and one school district, you can get an approximate calculation. According to the co-sponsor memo attachment, one county's legislative districts will receive nearly 175% in funding compared to the average legislative district in Pennsylvania. That's 215% more than the 73rd district is getting. Again, the legislative districts in one county and school district will receive over double what the 73rd legislative district will receive. This legislature has spent lots of time killing jobs and industries in my area that provide local funding to rural school districts. Many have attacked our funding sources of natural resources. Now they are going to deprive my area further and taking more of our money and sending it elsewhere. What does this bill bake in? A further deprivation of rural areas and a disproportionately large sum of money going to one county that already sees more than its share. This is a no-go for me. The people of the 73rd District deserve better. I'll be a no vote on House Bill 2370. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. On that question, Chair recognizes the gentlelady from York, Representative Kiefer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition of House Bill 2370. One of the elements of this bill is a heavy-handed attack on cyber charter schools. What this bill advocates fail to mention is that cyber charters are in fact public schools. They are public schools that educate about 65,000 Pennsylvania students. Cutting funding for Pennsylvania's cyber charter schools is cutting funding to its public schools and shortchanging the 65,000 students that chose this avenue for education. But the bill's sponsors often bring up money in relation to cyber charter reform. You'll often hear some variation of they're taking money away from the public school or they're costing taxpayers more money. But those comments don't reflect an accurate understanding of how education money is distributed. It's impossible for charter schools to get more money than their sending school district because the sending district keeps about a quarter of the dollars spent on that child. Now, we can have a conversation, an honest conversation, about uniform cyber charter disbursement and tax dollars being spent on advertising. There's consensus here and bipartisan support. But what we can't have is fundamental dishonesty about money. Let me put it into perspective. In the 2022-23 fiscal year, 499 districts spent $36 billion on education. $1.06 billion of that was cyber charter. What the school district expenditures were in that same period was $8.7 billion they spent on benefits. That's 24.2%. They spent $4.6 billion on pensions. That's 12.7%. They spent $2.2 billion on debt service. That's 6.2%. And $6.88 billion was spent on reserves, 19%. Now remember, that's just $1.06 billion was spent on cyber charters, 3%. 3%. So districts sat on over 6 times the amount of money they spent on cyber charter schools statewide. And they spent more than double on debt services they did on cyber charters. And if your contention is that cyber charter costs are increasing local taxes, consider this. In 2022-23, district cyber charter payments increased by $11 million, while the local real estate taxes statewide increased by $363 million, or 33 times the increase of cyber charter payments. Yes, there is a money problem, but it's not because of cyber charter public schools. Cyber charters can't become the scapegoat to a fundamental problem of mismanaging money, wasting money, and signing a blank check over to a system that is failing to serve all of our students. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. On that question, Chair recognizes the gentleman from Columbia, Representative Ledbetter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition to House Bill 2370. But first, let's acknowledge the common ground that all children do indeed learn differently. And that truth should be reflected in their education. This common ground is crucial, and we can and should build upon it. However, this bill is not building on this common ground. The language is singularly focused, doesn't innovate, and neglects the true interests of our Commonwealth students. The 109th District, a largely rural county, is an area rich in agriculture and in desperate need of workers across industries and trades. This heritage and these workforce challenges are not unique to Columbia County and are being directly addressed by various CTE programs across our Commonwealth. Historically, outside-the-box thinking brought prosperity to my region and the surrounding areas. From the forging of the first T-rails for railroad technology to expand rail across our nation, to the assembly of Tiger tanks used in the Second World War to defend the freedoms we enjoy today. Being innovative and pushing past the status quo is not only rewarding, but required if we desire to make something better. In an effort to improve public education, unaccountable tax dollars flowing into public schools only to disappear into reserve accounts, administrative salaries, and debt services aren't the answers. Innovating for student interests instead of investing in stagnant systems should guide our path forward. More educational options are the answer. Options like ag education and FFA programs, career and technical instruction, STEM curriculums, and adopting new technologies to innovate and educate are the answer. Continuing to think inside a confined box in the education space and expecting a different outcome isn't productive. Just as public education evolved from the one-room schoolhouse, it's now time for public education to break out from the traditional system and embrace innovation. Let's prioritize the needs and aspirations of our students over the preservation of outdated systems and structures. It's time to embrace change and build an education system that truly serves every child in Pennsylvania. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. On that question, Chair recognizes the gentleman from Montgomery County, Representative Cerisi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, today we have the opportunity to vote on a transformative bill in public education, a bill that we heard previous representatives speak about that's taken years to come to. This bill includes fully funding our educational system to make sure that every one of our children has the opportunity to a great public education. But yet, we're getting the other side to hear that maybe this bill doesn't work because of reasons that we're putting too much money into public education. You know, we heard about how many pages this bill is, and I'm proud to say that most of this bill is the cyber charter reform that I proposed that was voted on bipartisanly in this House months ago. So let's talk about this a little bit. 93% of our school districts across the Commonwealth voted for that, for a resolution to make sure that we can reform cyber schools. And we also heard a fact a few minutes ago that cyber schools are only getting 3.5% of the budget. They also amount to 3.5% of the students that we're educating and our total amount of students throughout the Commonwealth. But let's talk about what this reform will do. This reform will give back our taxpayers $530 million a year. $500 million will be returned to the great taxpayers of the great state of Pennsylvania. At the same time, and let me say this 3 or 4 times because sometimes this message doesn't get through, we will maintain school choice. Let me say that again. We will maintain school choice. Again, we will maintain school choice. There is no cutting of school choice going on here. We are maintaining school choice, but we are returning money to the taxpayers that have been overcharged for many, many, many years. So, what will that money do? Well, you know, last year we did a little bit of level up, as we heard a few minutes ago, and one of my district superintendents told us what the extra money happened to do for his district. He said they added more counselors, improved teacher retention, and expanded programming. Elementary schools jumped an average of 3.4 grade levels in reading, a 30% decrease in the middle school physical altercations. And the district, which happens to be Pottstown School District, one of the most underfunded school districts in the Commonwealth, with one of the highest millage rates, was able to give money back to each one of their constituents. It wasn't a lot, but it was the first time they were able to give money back. So as we look to this reform, what are the things that we will stop doing? Well, let's see what they're doing now. They're running fancy ads on all of our televisions. We've all seen the commercials for cyber schools, yet I haven't seen an ad for my school district on any TVs, but that's another story for another day. They also have billboards all over the Commonwealth, at sporting events, on highways. Well, I haven't seen a billboard or an ad for my school district, but that's another story for another day. They also are sending children to theme parks, having them have gift cards that they're giving out. I'm not sure that any of our school districts do that, where they send out children to theme parks on the taxpayer dollar or hand out gift cards. These are a couple of the things, or a few of the things that we'll see stopped if this bill passes. In my district alone, $10.8 million will go back into public education. $10.8 million will help fund public education to lower taxes for each and every one of our residents. And isn't that our goal here as a legislative body? Isn't our goal to make sure that we don't overtax our residents? Isn't our goal to make sure that our senior citizens can stay in the homes that they're in? Isn't it the time right now that we pass a comprehensive bill that gives money back to our seniors, our parents, and our children are funded the right way, and Pennsylvania becomes the leader in public education? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. On that question, Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Cumberland, Representative Gleim.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I truly want to thank all of my colleagues who participated on the Basic Education Funding Commission and all the work that they did. You could definitely feel and see their passion. But after all of the hearings across the state by the Basic Ed Funding Commission, I don't believe that it has actually fixed the funding crisis in our state. Without changing the funding formula, which this bill doesn't do in a meaningful way, there are far too many school district outliers who are negatively impacted. On its face, a large policy section of the bill is regulated to cutting funding to cyber charter schools as a way to increase funding to schools. Yet in another section of the bill, it encourages an increase in minimum wage to $20 and a floor entrance salary of $60,000, basically taking away all of the gains under the bill. I was hoping that a more in-depth discussion about fixing the system would occur, not just a first step, as some of my colleagues have testified to. So what is the next step? And how many steps are we going to take before we agree that it's fixed? When will the students and parents visually see the impact of this bill when there's no accountability piece included? When and how will the taxpayers find relief? Madam Speaker, we want our public school employees to be paid well. However, we can't keep painting school district funding with a broad brush and have the expectation that all schools will get a thorough and efficient form of public education. For example, I represent portions of 5 school districts, not as many as my colleague from Bedford, but all 5 are different.
I have one with a strong, growing student base that is being told to just raise taxes if you want more money. Due to their growth and needs, they will get less money under this proposal. They are being told that they have a $24 million inadequacy gap for being fiscally conservative. Due to their growth, their expenses will exceed their funding. I have another school district with a weak tax base, and I have another that is hold harmless. This bill impacts all of them in a different manner. Madam Speaker, if the funding formula merely tweaks current percentages, then we ought to keep the current system in place for this budget year, possibly fund capital reserve, especially for lead and asbestos remediation, HVAC, etc., and go back to the drawing board on the basic education funding formula piece. We can do better. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentlelady on that question. Chair recognizes the gentleman from York, Representative Diorsi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition to House Bill 2370. If many more unaccountable tax dollars were in fact the answer to the challenges that we see in our public schools, I'd be all for this funding increase plan. If in fact there was evidence that simply more money was the answer to the problem, I'd have a different tune. But it isn't, and that's not speculation. More money, and a lot of it over the last decade or more, has not enhanced student outcomes. In fact, it's coincided with lower public school student enrollment. Signing a blank check for public ed is about the most uncreative way to go about this. Our students need us to think outside the box, and here we are, very much in the framework of an old traditional model that isn't serving all kids the best. We are within the confines of a restrictive box talking about funding when the kids of this Commonwealth need us to get creative. The only solution, in my view, is to fund students and not systems. This bill fails to do that. The old way of going about K-12 education simply won't do. We need educational choices. For the sake of our kids, let us for once start talking about achievement, outcomes, student success, and options for parents, and not merely more money. Money isn't going to save kids who are confined to an underachieving public school. Only school choices can do that. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman on that question. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Allegheny County, Representative Abney.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of House Bill 2370. Madam Speaker, I am a firm believer in the good that government can do. I am a firm believer that the purpose of government is to be able to do things well collectively that we may not be able to do well individually. And that can look many different ways and cut across a number of various issues. When it comes to the education of our young people, it looks something like providing for the maintenance and support of a thorough and efficient system of public education that is accessible to all students. Madam Speaker, as a father of a soon-to-be kindergarten student, it's hard for me to stand here today and imagine him as an 11-year-old preteen, which he will be in 7 years, when the next Basic Education Funding Commission comes together and evaluates the impacts of the decisions that we can make this year. But it is my hope for my children and for all the parents and guardians of school-aged children across this Commonwealth that we can be proud of the investments today being investments in a future that is better than our past. Madam Speaker, there is a certain level of moral and ethical compass to be followed that simply says public education is a basic human right in this Commonwealth, and unless we believe that some people have more intrinsic value than others, then we should be creating a truly thoughtful process that meets students where they currently are, but also is designed to, over time, move them beyond their current conditions. House Bill 2370 is a measured approach to public education funding for our 500 school districts. And even for our school districts who may not currently be at the height or the peak of student enrollment, House Bill 2370 supports an effort to make all of our school districts of first choice for our families. Additionally, it uses money as a job creation tool to hire more qualified teachers and support staff who play a critical role in the social, emotional, and cognitive development of a well-rounded student to thrive in our modern-day knowledge economy. And so, in closing, Madam Speaker, today is an opportunity to show what we can do well collectively as state government. Many of us who are here today who will be voting, many of us, we will come and go from this chamber over the next 7 years. But our sense of purpose as a body to provide quality public education that's accessible to all students should remain the same. Thus, I encourage my colleagues to remain rooted in that sense of purpose for the pride and the promise of our future. And so for those reasons, Madam Speaker, and more, I will be a yes on House Bill 2370, and I encourage my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. On that question, Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Delaware, Representative Curry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I stand before you today to discuss an ongoing issue throughout our education system, particularly by one of my school districts, in my very own district, William Penn School District, where 50% of students are economically disadvantaged and 88% are Black. They face significant challenges due to inadequate state funding, despite their residents' efforts in contributing through high local taxes. William Penn School District filed the lawsuit on November 10th, 2014, just about a decade ago. Court began that November 12th, 2021, about 7 years later. More than 30 witnesses, educators, graduates, and experts testified. And on December 22nd, 2021, I can say my favorite constituent, my late husband, Rap Curry, testified. And today, I think about this bill, House Bill 2370, as a legacy not only for this chamber, but a legacy for my household, the Curry household. I remember being excited just being sworn in on this very floor, thinking about myself as an education leader and fighting for public education when he was called to testify as a K through 12 graduate from the William Penn School District. And we were both excited to be able to be a part of this fight. I remember him testifying that day in December. I think the role in education in general is you want to find young people where they are. He was quoted saying, "The important role of athletics in furthering students' education by building skills and confidence and potentially accessing athletic scholarships." He was quoted saying, "I say to students, hold on. These opportunities out here are for you, but it doesn't feel real," he said. "It doesn't feel legitimate because you know that the other schools who were a couple miles away have all of these things built in and you don't." And lastly, he was quoted saying, "We're not saying, look how bad we're being treated." He said, "We're saying, look how much work we have to put in to give our kids a fair enough opportunity to feel like they can make it from their circumstances." The conclusion of this trial was on March 10th, 2022. 4 months later, and the Commonwealth Court declared the PA school funding system unconstitutional on February 7, 2023. While we acknowledge House Bill 2370 is just the beginning step to improve our education system, this legislation aims to provide equity to every student while alleviating the tax burden on our local communities. This would propose over $5 billion in targeted investments over the next 7 years, including $1.4 billion in additional basic education funding annually. I stand in support, Madam Speaker, of our efforts to improve education funding throughout this Commonwealth. The challenges faced by districts like mine, William Penn School District, demand urgent action, and House Bill 2370 presents a viable start to ensure that every child in our state has access to a quality education regardless of their zip code or socioeconomic status. I rise in support of this bill, House Bill 2370, in not only the legacy of this chamber, but the legacy of my favorite constituent, Rap Curry. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Chair is allowing the members to wrap up their comments on House Bill 2370 before turning to the appropriations chairs, the education chairs, and the leaders. Are there any other members seeking recognition? On that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from York, the Minority Chair of Appropriations, Representative Grove.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I want to first thank the prime sponsor of the bill for going into detail about this. I could have listened for another half hour to the gentleman explaining the background and how this develops. Actually, you probably kicked in the door for 150 years going back to the comment of school funding argument. But there's one thing he mentioned that I hadn't thought about, and it's the crux to this entire funding formula argument. And the good gentleman, he was the chair of the Basic Education Funding Commission. He knows the details. He knows how, so to speak, the sausage was made in the majority report, as well as this bill. He understands this stuff. When they looked at the top 75 school districts, they wanted to figure out the best, who educated the students the best in this Commonwealth. They wanted to see how much was spent. Now, I would probably first ask how they educate the kids. So we're not even talking about how kids are educated, what those school districts, from the curriculum, from how they actually teach, there's no discussion on that. It's simply how much are they spending to educate those kids. So we're missing an entire gap of data and information to actually help students get educated in the Commonwealth. This does nothing on the how we educate kids. This is a spending, how much we're going to spend on them. Now, the most successful 75 school districts, that's what they looked at. They eliminated the top 12. Now, the good gentleman, very funny joke, it's because us Democrats are conservative. Nobody believes that, but it was a good joke. I enjoyed it. But the question is, why eliminate 12? To me, that was a very random number. Out of 75, that's 16%. We just got rid of 16% of the schools. Why? Why was 12 picked? Why was 16% picked? Much easier to say 25%. Let's get rid of 25%. Let's get rid of 25 school districts out of 75 to get down to 50. What was the rationale between 12 school districts? And by the way, that adjusted all the numbers, because that gave you the medium of 13,000. $13,000 is the entire crux of that adequacy formula in that bill. What if they left all 12? $13,000 would have been higher, which means some of your school districts would have gotten more money. Had they gone lower, that $13,000 would have been less. So my question is, what was the end goal? Why 12? I could only think some very astute people ran very different models and decided 12 school districts gave us about $1 billion a year. It was a targeted number they wanted. That was the end goal. How much total money do we want to put in education? Let's create a formula around that. If we get rid of the top 12, we will hit our 13,000 benchmark. 13,000 run through a formula, working backwards gets us to that $7 billion number we want. This bill is modeled after an end goal of total amounts. That is the reality of what we're voting on today. That is just a single manipulation. One, no one has questioned to date. It's just been the report came out, puts a lot of money in. There's no discussion with any member on your school districts whether that's the right amount or not. Getting past to how we educate kids, we're not even going to discuss that at all. All those successful kids, school districts out there, those 75, we're not going to talk about how they educate their kids, just what they spend. And by the way, not all of them, just the ones that meet this end goal. So, Madam Speaker, it's real easy. Obviously, this is a partisan political manipulation of dollars going out to education.
The gentleman will suspend. The gentleman will not question the motives of the members or insert politics into legislative discussions.
I apologize. This is a manipulation of the data to reach an end goal. Pure and simple. Pure and simple. Madam Speaker, for those reasons, I will be a no vote on this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. On that question, Chair recognizes the gentleman from Philadelphia, Majority Chair of Appropriations, Representative Harris.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. 10 years ago, there was a school district in Delaware County that filed a lawsuit. They had to file this lawsuit because they knew that they weren't getting what was necessary to educate their children adequately, and they knew that the numbers, as far as the dollars that they were getting, wasn't equitable. They knew they weren't doing the job necessary to educate all of their children because of the resources that they were not getting. Imagine, Madam Speaker, a school district having to sue in order to do the job that those great men and women in that school district woke up early every morning and stayed late at night to do. 10 years it took. 10 years it took for the Commonwealth Court to come down with a ruling to say that the way that we, the government of this state, funds our schools is unconstitutional. Now, Madam Speaker, I've heard a lot on this floor today from my friends on the other side of the aisle, but what I have not heard is their plan for how to uphold the Constitution. And I don't know if we forgot, but every single one of us in here had a swearing-in day. Some of us had our own swearing-in days. Some of us did it as a group. But I remember, Madam Speaker, January 1st of 2013, when I stood on this floor of the People's House and I raised my hand and I placed my hand on the Bible and I recited the words of the oath of office where I swore to uphold the Constitution of the country and the Constitution of this Commonwealth. Madam Speaker, that oath of office was not unique to me. That oath of office was something that every single member in this chamber has said. So, Madam Speaker, what I have not heard said today from my friends on the other side of the aisle is how do we deal with the fact that a co-equal branch of government has said that what we do in this chamber is unconstitutional. Not only that, Madam Speaker, there was no appeal to that ruling. That means that there is agreement that what we are doing is unconstitutional. Now, if you are a law and order elected, if you are one who speaks about the Constitution as if this document is sacred, then I ask you, what are you doing about the fact that how we fund schools is unconstitutional? We have a requirement to be here today. Judge Cone Jubileer, with her pen, put an appointment on our calendar. She has required that we respond because what we're doing is wrong and it must be fixed. Now, here's the thing, Madam Speaker. We could wait, like we've done on other things, and allow the court to do our jobs for us. We could allow them to impose upon us what they believe constitutionality looks like. Or we can do our jobs. We can do what we were sent here to do, and that's fund schools. So, Madam Speaker, I'm here today to support House Bill 2370, and here's why. The first reason why is because we have to address the constitutionality of our funding of schools. The second reason why is because although, and I heard the gentleman, my counterpart from York, talk, and I will agree, we do need to talk about how we deliver education to our children. I agree, sir. We do need to talk about the rigors of our curriculum. I agree, sir. We do need to talk about classroom size and all of those other things when it comes to making sure that our children get the education that not just they need, but they deserve. But, Madam Speaker, I would submit to you that we can't have any of those conversations until we fully fund each and every school in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. See, you can't starve a system and then try to blame it for its inadequacies. You can't. So, Madam Speaker, today we are here with a moral imperative. We are here to make a decision on where we stand. Now, as I like to do, I am now responsible for the numbers. So let me tell you what the numbers actually say, Madam Speaker. The numbers say, in clear, black and white. I know my friends out in Pittsburgh like black and yellow, but we're here in black and white today. And it says simply this, that the Bethlehem Area School District will get an increase of $9.5 million.
The gentleman will suspend. The gentleman is in order and may state his point of order.
Madam Speaker, is it appropriate for the gentleman to be referencing dollar amounts when the fiscal note clearly says zero? I'd like to know what he's dividing by school districts.
The gentleman can state the numbers as he has them, and if the minority leader finds it incorrect, he can certainly give his commentary in a few moments here.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The gentleman may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Bethlehem Area School District, under this $9.5 million or 18% increase. Now here's a fact, Madam Speaker. School districts do their budgeting before us. They already pass what they believe will be their budget before we do. So Bethlehem has told us that with no funding, no increased funding, they'll have to increase their taxes by 3.1%. So the question is, are you going to vote on this? Or are you going to force them to vote for taxes? The Eastern Area School District, $5.3 million or 19.2% of an increase. They're currently considering a 2.2% real estate tax increase. The Hazleton Area School District would get $20.5 million of an increase. That's 32%. They are currently considering a 7.7% tax increase. Delaware Valley School District, they're going to get $1.1 million, about 6.5%. They are considering a 3.5% tax increase. Moon Area School District, $1.1 million is what they're getting. If not, they're considering a 3.2% tax increase. South Fayette Area School District, 1.8% or a 7% tax increase. Madam Speaker, y'all know I got the docs. I come with the facts, and I could keep going, but it's clear. There are decisions to be made. Either you put up the vote today to fund them now, or your local school districts will do it later with tax increases. And let me look directly into the camera, because it's time out for people being able to hide from this fact. When we do not fully fund schools in Harrisburg, local governments are forced to fully fund them by increasing your taxes. That is the facts. When we do not fully fund schools here, your local government is forced to raise taxes. So when folks get to run around and talk about how they didn't increase your taxes, ask them did they fully fund your schools. When folks run around talking about how they taking no tax pledges, ask them did they fully fund your public schools. Because if they didn't, they are raising your taxes. Now, I'm not going to go as long as the good gentleman who's been here for 30 plus years. So I will wrap up on this. There was a lot said about my county earlier, and I respect that. It's okay. You know, we're just a humble county of the first class. And people like to pick fights with us. That's cool. We from Philly. We are. But let's talk about that county. The gentleman talked about his county. County, about 80,000 people. My county got more kids than they got people. My county is paying for roads and bridges in that county that they will never travel on. My county is paying for many services in those areas that they will never go to. You know, and here's the thing, I don't mind. You know why? Because that's what the Commonwealth means. It means those that have do those for those that don't. And at the end of the day, we will all be judged by what we do for the least of these. I submit to you today that our children are the least of these, and that somebody somewhere will be looking at the vote that we cast today for their futures. I'm going to be on the right side of history today, casting a vote to support the full funding of our children, because I believe in them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. On that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Bedford, the Minority Chair of Education, Representative Topper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We've heard about the court ruling today, and I remember when I first heard about the court ruling, I thought to myself, what an opportunity. What we saw with COVID-19 was a fundamental change in our understanding of how education was delivered. We knew there were problems before. For years, we knew that a system that was set up in the industrial age still looked a lot like that system that was set up in the industrial age. And then COVID-19 came. And as we were doing schoolwork with our kids on their iPads at home, and I was trying to figure out middle school math, which didn't go very well for my boys, we understood that we're now at a crisis point. And so this ruling comes out, and the staff here remembers when I went to them, I said, I want us to think, if we were to redesign a system today, what would it look like? Because I truly believe we're going to have that opportunity. I truly believe it. Where we can look at how kids are educated and move past the status quo. What does the status quo look like right now? It looks like thousands of kids across Pennsylvania on waiting lists for career and tech center opportunities. Thousands. Up the road in Altoona, just north of my district, hundreds of kids, they can't get in. That's going to take money. But it's going to take money that we designate to do that job. We have teachers that could be teaching with technology to multiple school districts. Aren't we tired of all of the school districts that we have being their own little fiefdoms? We just talked about a Commonwealth. What about a Commonwealth system that was integrated in our public education system instead of the toxic nature of competition that comes when we try and do formulas and adequacy targets? We actually have that opportunity. My good friend, the gentleman from Philadelphia, just talked about reliance on property taxes. We've been talking about that for years. I thought maybe now we have a chance to fundamentally do something about that. But here's what I'll say, folks. Very important to remember. We talk about state money, state investment. That money doesn't just fall off the magic money tree either. We also collect every dollar from taxes. But when taxes come down here, we have to talk about formulas and equations and how to distribute it and who gets what. Taxing authorities at the local level, those dollars go directly to where your kids go to school, your grandkids go to school, your neighbors' kids go to school, and it all has to work together. And there are elements of HB 2370 that work to fix some of the flaws in our formula. But what I was thinking when that ruling came out was this was our opportunity for transformational change. This was our opportunity to upend the status quo when it comes to not just how we fund our schools, but how we deliver education and how we recognize that children do not all learn the same. Once again, a lesson that we found through COVID. We talk about schools that are in crisis. That's the term I use. I don't like to use failing schools or underperforming schools. I like to talk about schools in crisis. I like to use that language because that's truly what it is. And usually when you find a school that's in crisis, you have a community that's in crisis. And while I understand the gentleman saying, well, we only have a constitutional obligation for public education to fund it, we have to understand why some of these schools are in crisis. And some of those issues go outside of education and a formula. So it is important the work we do in economic development and encouraging investment in a strong economy, because areas that have a strong economy have a strong public school system, and it's not just because of the numbers being spent. It's because of the community in which they reside. And some of those communities are 5 minutes away from a community that is in crisis. And yet still to this day, we haven't figured out how to ensure that those students 5 minutes away have access to what the students 5 minutes in the other direction have. And it's not just about money. It's about staff, it's about curriculum. It's about being willing to talk about the fact that we like the little fiefdom sometimes. We like to celebrate and separate those school districts when we could be doing more to regionalize and to integrate and to be creative. And we're going to have to, if we're going to ensure that every student has access to a high-quality education. And yes, school choice will be a part of that. And no matter how many times you can say school choice is still a viable option, your version of viable might be different than mine. We have, especially in small rural areas, there's not a lot of private schools. There's not a lot of options. But we need to ensure that the options that are available are high quality. And that doesn't come from disinvestment just because we don't like a particular type of public school. So there are a lot of issues that we need to address. And I think that if we do it collectively, then we can get there. But we know that through the process of when the bill was introduced and when it was run, that at the end of the day, that process did not take place in the creation of 2370. We're not there yet. And if we're going to take a big swing, we need to make it a big swing. And that understanding of how kids learn and how every child is different and deserves access to a high-quality education, regardless of the choice of that education, needs to be a part of our overall conversation. Finally, we talked about the inputs, but what about the outputs? What are we going to measure success on? The adequacy dollars. What are going to be the metrics that determine if we are successful? Student achievement. If we're not measuring student achievement, then we are simply missing what it is that we're really here about. So at this point, moving forward, I'm going to be voting no on 2370, but I still have hope that we can come together around that fundamental idea that if we see our students developing, achieving, and having that opportunity, then that is what we need to be looking for in terms of our public policy. And that is going to involve more than just money. We have to be able to measure success. Our students deserve that. I know we can do better, and I believe we will do better. And that's why I'll be hopefully able to vote yes on a product that really transforms public education to what we need in 2024. But that day, Madam Speaker, is not today. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. On that question, Chair recognizes the Majority Chair of Education, the gentleman from the Lehigh, Representative Schweier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I was prepared earlier today to come up and talk about the process by which we achieved not only the majority report of the Basic Education Funding Commission, but also how we got to 2370. It's prepared to talk about how we were using benchmark data from the highest achieving public schools across the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. It's prepared to talk about how we heard from experts from counties across our Commonwealth. How I visited schools in Bedford County, We visited places like Fayette County, but also Philadelphia County and my own school district of Allentown. Let's talk about the similarities of the challenges that exist in rural Pennsylvania and in urban Pennsylvania. The opportunities that many of our students actually do see in affluent suburban parts of Pennsylvania. Madam Speaker, I was prepared to talk about how the various data sets that we used and how we got here. I was going to talk about the adequacy numbers. I was going to reiterate all of the incredible work that the Department of Education already does on measuring student data. I was going to talk about the inadequacies that we see in some sectors of our public education. I was going to talk about all that stuff. But I think at this point in time, Madam Speaker, continuing that conversation is frankly missing the point. Now, I represent the Allentown School District. By any measure, of our 500 public school districts, bottom 6 in inadequacy, not percentage, actual numbers. You know, the previous speaker, my friend, the minority chairman from Bedford County, talked about having to teach his middle school children math on iPads. In my school district during COVID, Madam Speaker, we had 3,000 households that had no access to the internet. That iPad wouldn't have worked in their homes. Instead, in my school district, our teachers, our administrators, during the middle of a pandemic, were going back to their public schools, making sure that we had lunches available to those students in poverty so that they were able to get something to eat, while photocopying papers from outdated textbooks so that they had the opportunity to try to continue, at the very least, normal study habits during the pandemic. iPads were a luxury for many of our schools. I represent another school district, Madam Speaker, the East Penn School District. I had the opportunity to tour our high school right after reapportionment and reelection. I visited all my schools, and I went to the Emmaus High School in the East Penn School District. And it shares a border with Allentown, Southwest 31st Street in Allentown. If you live on the east side of that street, you go to the Allentown School District. If you live on the west side, you attend the East Penn School District. And when I walked around the high school, they had engineering classes. They had architecture classes in high school. They had an emotional support dog that walks around that high school in case we have a child in crisis. Then you go to my daughter's high school, because I, Madam Speaker, live east of 31st Street Southwest. My daughter's high school doesn't have guidance counselors, just a handful of them for over 3,000 students. There's no emotional support dog that walks around Allentown. I live in a school district that has one of the highest concentration of English language learners, and I don't have Spanish teachers in my daughter's high school. When the one German teacher retired from education last October, her position was filled not by another German-speaking German teacher, but by a retired Spanish teacher who couldn't count to 10 in German, as an attempt to make sure that there was at least a certified teacher in that classroom, handing out, again, photocopies of the old German textbook. Madam Speaker, in all of the talks today about formulas of court rulings, Madam Speaker, in all of the talks that we've had today about standard deviations and all of the other sort of incredibly dense technical legislative language that we heard today, we haven't talked enough about those students that just don't have what their neighbors have. Now, the teachers of these disadvantaged school districts went to the same colleges and universities as the teachers in the more affluent, more successful school districts. The principals care every bit as much. I don't think anybody disagrees with that. There's something else that we don't talk about, is that the families that send their kids to these underprivileged school districts care about their kids' future every bit as much as the next family over. Those kids care about their own futures. I had a My school district is one of those school districts that doesn't provide a tremendous amount of busing. We have kids that will walk to school 5 miles to a high school. And if you're wondering if I'm kidding, the majority caucus chairman, his wife is a school teacher in a middle school, and her students walk to school 3 to 4 to 5 miles across a river, across a bridge, over the Lehigh River to be able to get to their high school. That doesn't exist in our neighboring districts. But here's the dirty little secret, Madam Speaker, and actually the real genius of House Bill 2370. We don't think that those more affluent, luckier school districts deserve less. We believe and we know that the kids that go to those schools, the families that are able and lucky enough to live in those school districts, deserve to have architecture classes and engineering classes, and I don't know, access to the internet, and maybe a German teacher who could count to 10. We believe that. We also just fundamentally believe that the kids in the York City School District, or the Harrisburg School District, or the Philadelphia School District, or the Allentown School District deserve those things too. Because our kids matter, and our kids are smart, and our kids care, and they are driven. And for all the talk about this bill, maybe it was, I don't know, done in a weird sort, I've been a legislator for a decade. I've heard repeatedly on this floor, in this very chamber, that this isn't quite good enough, so we're just going to continue doing what we're doing. The real deficit that we should be talking about, Madam Speaker, is an education deficit in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. It's that for decades we continued to do the same thing over and over again. Continuing to invest in the school districts where, candidly, the students there are fortunate enough to not have as many concerns as kids in districts like mine. We wonder why there's a growing gap between the haves and have-nots in our country and in our Commonwealth. We wonder why there are certain communities that continue to face not only chronic poverty, but crime rates that are way too high. It's because we continue to do the same dumb things over and over and over again. And we forget that all of our children and all of our families care, and they're capable, and they're competent, and they're going to be the next state legislators, they're going to be the next engineers and architects, they're going to be the next linemen, they're going to be the next plumber. But if we don't invest in all of our kids and make sure that all of our kids have an opportunity to succeed, we are going to continue to do the same things over and over again, and we're going to get the same results. Madam Speaker, on behalf of the millions of students in Pennsylvania that can't wait another day, another year, another decade for perfect, I'm asking for an affirmative vote on 2370. Thank you, ma'am.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the Minority Leader from Lancaster County.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the good gentleman who just spoke regarding some of the challenges during the COVID pandemic. I might live in a rural area, but my school suffered many of the same issues with my kids when they were students. You see, for us, it was as much about broadband access as it was the availability of other resources. I had the privilege of having graduated from and now representing, and my own children have went through the system of what would be classified as a poor rural school up here. Yet, traditionally, we've been told that we don't tax our residents enough, mainly because many of them were farmers. And the truth is, farmers might be land rich, but they're cash poor. For that reason, we instituted a local income tax, which we use on our school funding. And I want to thank the good gentleman for bringing up some of the issues and some of the challenges regarding the local tax base. Because I think there's some basic facts that we have to recognize. I think the first fact is this. It is a fact that Republicans have year after year delivered on increased public education funding for Pennsylvania schools. In fact, when you look at the fiscal year 22-23, that was, up to that point, the largest increase in state spending on education. And those numbers are consistent going back at least a decade. Of course, we are for funding schools. We're for funding our teachers, and most importantly, funding our students. But the discussion we are having today really moves away from being student-centered and family-focused. You see, my good friend from Philadelphia, the appropriations chairman, said, and this was his phrase, not mine, when you starve a system. You see, Madam Speaker, that's exactly the wrong focus. When this proposal funds systems, I agree with the education chairman. You're missing the point. We should fund students and opportunity. We should rightfully put the focus on the students. But this proposal, as it's currently drafted, focuses on the school systems and the administrators who may get a bigger piece of the pie based upon the formula that is in here. Because if we're really talking about students and investments, we would also be talking about accountability. We would be talking about performance metrics, and we would be talking about choice. In fact, this legislation begins the process of crippling choice options by directly attacking some cyber charter schools. Someone said previously that no school will get less money under this proposal. But, Madam Speaker, that's not true. You see, cyber charter schools, as was appropriately pointed out, are in fact public schools, and they lose money. And we've discussed other ways. We've had a multitude of different provisions under both House Republican and House Democrat-controlled proposals to modify the cyber charter world. These are the same schools that were applauded for their efforts during the pandemic. Schools that are safe learning environments for those who have been bullied or have different learning needs. Schools that cater to students in every legislative district and that can produce real and palpable educational outcomes. These schools will likely be devastated. Yes, this bill will hurt choice options that have been successful for Pennsylvania families. That's an absolute fact. And that's a shame with what this massive shift in education priorities does. Because as the good gentleman from Bedford pointed out, I thought that the court opinion was a great opportunity. One, to talk about student achievement and student opportunity. Because what we're doing today is turning our backs on success and putting more money into a system that the good gentleman just defined as insanity by doing the same thing again and again. Putting additional money without any additional checks. A system that has already received more money year after year. And yet, while that has been occurring, we continue to see test scores going down, down, down. We've said it before, and I'll say it again here today. It is fine and it's good to talk about school funding, but until we fix some of the systemic problems, more money alone will do little for students stuck in schools in crisis. It might make some administrators happy, but the students who need it the most, the ones who need transformative change in how we educate our children, will be stuck in a system that struggles, where they're told that they are the most important, but yet this bill ends up failing them. As we stand here today and prepare to vote on this bill, let's be honest about what is happening. We're taking more tax dollars and putting them into a system that has known problems. There was a lot of talk about local relief, property tax relief. But here's the important part in the bill. There's no language that actually requires it. It's optional. So don't buy the idea that this is property tax relief. There's no requirement that it be property tax relief. Would I like it if it were property tax relief and a dollar-for-dollar reduction from state dollars to local dollars? I think that that could be something that we could discuss. We aren't asking for more proficiency, more improvements, higher graduation rates, better literacy, or better mathematical outcomes with this. We're simply supposed to trust simply putting more money into the system that is producing results that have not met our expectations. We aren't asking for more students to stay here in Pennsylvania. We aren't asking for modernized curriculums, for schools to share resources, or perhaps even merit pay for teachers. And we certainly aren't asking for a more family-focused approach to how students are educated, and we're missing that opportunity that the good gentleman from Bedford outlined. Instead, we're taking more money and putting it down the same path year after year. Mr. Speaker, House Republicans have worked and are prepared to work diligently on creating transformational change in our educational system. Bills have been introduced, proposals have been discussed publicly, and we stand here ready to literally put our money where our ideas are. And that's where the discussion should go. However, right now, the discussion is only focused on the money. Because as I've said, we voted time and time again to increase educational funding. But as we reflect on and have discussed this Commonwealth Court opinion, there are some in this room who believe that it's simply a blank check. But the opinion declined to say, and this is important, they declined to say that money alone is the solution to creating a more equitable system. That's because more money is not the only answer. In fact, when money is put into a system that is not working, it could possibly be the worst answer. By voting for this proposal today, the majority has forced a blank check with no accountability. The majority does away with the hard work of fixing a broken system, implementing change, and most importantly, accepting responsibility and ensuring outcomes. That, Mr. Speaker, is where my focus has been, on students and outcome. We know where this money will go. We know what schools are said to get more, and we've heard all the numbers on the spreadsheets. What we do not have with this proposal is the students and their success at the forefront. And while this proposal may pass the House today, we all know sitting here that the hard work is still ahead of us in terms of transforming our educational system. That, I hope, comes in future discussions between our chamber and our sister chamber and the governor as the budget hopefully comes to a conclusion. When that time comes, you will find willing partners on this side of the aisle to bring true equity, accountability, and meaningful achievement to all Pennsylvania schools, and most importantly, Mr. Speaker, our students, because they deserve the opportunities. They have the brightest future, and we should put policies in place that ensure that, not handicap them, which this proposal currently does. Thank you.
The chair thanks the gentleman. The chair recognizes a gentleman from Montgomery County, the Majority Leader, Representative Bradford.
Thank you, Speaker, and I rise in support of House Bill 2370. I wish to conclude where we started. I wish to actually paraphrase the good gentleman from Lawrence County. He stated earlier, we can give them all of the money in the world. I don't know if he stated that rhetorically or sarcastically, but I do want to answer the answer that we would give to him is, we're not looking for all the money in the world. We're not even looking for what the top 12 school districts in the Commonwealth are getting, or not even the highest 12%. We're looking to give them the same thing we give everybody else, the average. What we're asking you is to give those kids a chance. What we're doing is saying what the court has told us to do, to give every child in this Commonwealth an equitable and fair public education. This isn't politics, this is a constitutional requirement, one that this body has failed for too long. But we shouldn't be surprised by the attitude of that gentleman. I'm going to quote from one of the articles at the time of the litigation. A lawyer for then House Speaker Cutler said, "Some students are better equipped to take advantage of opportunities offered, or perhaps are more industrious." A lawyer for Senate President Pro Tem Jake Corman asked a rural superintendent, "What use would someone on the McDonald's career track have for Algebra 1? There's a need for retail workers, for people who know how to flip a pizza crust." No, I want to say, in fairness, nobody was foolish enough to echo that type of language today. That type of language resulted in a huge loss in the courts, and it is lost in the court of public opinion, and it will lose on that board today. It will lose because it's immoral, it's unconscionable, and it is unconstitutional. Some have said this is partisan. Nothing could be further from the truth. There's no such thing as a Democratic judge or a Republican judge, but I would be remiss not to mention that the President Judge of Commonwealth Court, who issued the opinion that is the basis of what we have in front of us today, happened to be elected as a Republican. And I've heard a lot of rationalizing, voting against property tax relief and money for our schools, rationalizing the status quo. Well, I would point out that all these innovations, accountability, support for CTE, I didn't see one amendment offered by the good minority. And let me tell you something about the good minority's efforts in this regard. For 12 years, all that much promised and ballyhooed outside the box thinking, we didn't see that, nor did we see the funding that would come with it. No, we can give them all the money in the world. No, we can't. But we can give them a chance. And that's what we're going to do. The good gentleman from Clearfield, he cries crocodile tears that we lost level up funding in last year's budget. I share those tears, and they are real. Because this majority across the aisle, they never saw fit to put money through an equity formula that would drive money to our poorest schools. And let me tell you something, for the good gentleman from Lawrence County, I don't begrudge one dime to districts like his, even though his ADM, the amount of kids in his schools, has gone down double digits in every one of those districts he mentioned over the last 10 years. But I know it is a crying shame that when I look at my friend from Reading, who's seen double-digit increases, and yet we base it on a formula from 1991, knowing that the injustice and the inequity will yawn every day. And when we put money through a failed formula that is unconstitutional, we know what we're doing. We know that we are condemning those kids to a second-rate education, potentially. No, I don't begrudge the kids in Lawrence and Clearfield County, even though their populations have hemorrhaged over the last 10 years, and frankly, since Hold Harmless went into place. This isn't about taking from Peter to pay Paul. We recognize at the state level our funding of education is inadequate and inequitable. So what this proposes doing is not taking money from poor rural school districts, as the good minority leader claims. No, what we try to do is bring every kid up, to give them that shot, not all the money in the world, but the average, an opportunity, a chance. Now let's talk about property taxes, because it's been a hot-button issue in this building for some time. And I've listened to the good gentleman from Carbon County talk about it ad nauseum. And I told him before this session was over, we would offer $1 billion in property tax relief. It is in your court. Vote as you will. But real property tax relief, not the rhetoric, but the dollars are on the way. The green button is how you make it happen. So go about doing it, rural Pennsylvania. Go about doing it, Monroe County, Carbon County. School districts that are literally doing the best they can for their kids, who have taxed their people out of their houses to try to give their kids the quality education that they deserve. Literally making a choice between whether they will let their kids do without or they will penalize their property tax owners. That, my friend, ends when we vote for 2370. That's called real property tax relief, and that's what's on the board today. And let me tell you, some of my old Chamber of Commerce Republicans, moderate Republicans, we loved them. There were so few of them, but now they're mostly gone. They mock when I quote Ronald Reagan or Jack Kemp and talk about the power of lower taxes. Well, some Democrats recognize that our property taxes are completely too high. And let me tell you what it's done to communities like Norristown, that's close to my heart, or Reading, or Southeast Delco, or William Penn, or McKeesport. Their taxes are so darn high that these communities are stigmatized, not just with an educational system that's viewed as inferior, but with an economy that says, why would I invest in that community? I'll pay more in taxes, my kids will get less, my home will be devalued as a consequence. You know, that's an economics argument that a supply side politician would have agreed with 20 years ago. It's an argument that the good woman from Northeast Philly at one point would have understood. Let me tell you something. We can do right by those who believe that taxes are too high. We can put money into those communities and make that housing the most affordable housing stock there is. Yes, we can. The good lady from Northeast, please, what do you got to say for yourself?
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
The speaker's yelling at, the good lady's yelling out. I want her to be heard.
Gentlemen will suspend. For what purpose does the gentleman rise?
I believe it's outside the past practices and the rules of the House to deliberately antagonize members on the House floor. We simply ask that the good leader be reminded of those.
Would the good minority leader please be reminded if someone's yelling out at me?
Gentlemen will suspend.
They're going to get an answer.
Gentlemen will suspend. The chair requests that the members stick to the merits of the bill and not individual personalities. Gentlemen may continue.
So we can get out of the horrible cycle of stigmatizing communities and get back to, yes, funding those very communities. Now, again, I want to touch base on a few of the other things that were thrown out. The good minority appropriations chair. He has a theory on why were the top 12 eliminated. Why were the top 12 spending districts not part of the calculation? I believe he believed it was a conspiracy. I would throw out the term statistical outlier, because if the gentleman believes, as the minority chair has suggested, that we just want to spend money willy-nilly, then including school districts like Lower Merion would have driven up the total spend. But that's not what we're looking to do. I know Lower Merion School District. It's in my backyard. They have things that we would want for every child. But I go back to what I said to the good gentleman from Lawrence. We don't have all the money in the world, but we need to give every child a chance. And let me finish up, because one of the most intellectual and cerebral members is the minority chair of the Education Committee. And I appreciate what he said about formulas, and we can do better. But here's the thing, when you're dealing with a formula that's from 1991, you recognize that you are condemning these children to not get a fair shot, and you are doing great damage to those communities. I would also remind the good minority leader that when he says that Democrats would cut funding for cyber schools, has he not read the Inquirer the last few weeks? Come on, sir. Have you read a little bit about it? It's deeply problematic. And I'll do you one better. If you want to make this partisan, 20 Democrats joined in that cause, because they recognize that when our school districts are getting ripped off, when our taxpayers are getting ripped off, we have an obligation to act. The Republican Party I knew was the Republican Party that said we had to safeguard taxpayer money, not give it to those who are profiteering off of our children's education. Now again, I want to conclude where I began. Yes, sir, I do want to conclude, because every day we waste is a day that another child goes without the education they deserve. And we can do that today. But I want to remind folks, whether their reason for voting for it is because their school district property taxes are too high, or because they actually know the pain of going across a county line road or a township line road like I do, who sees the disparity in equities that exist across counties like mine, who know the distinction between Lower Merion and Norristown and across City Line Avenue into Philadelphia. We have an obligation to make sure that the Coatesvilles and the Reddings and communities that we know, and we don't have to know as a matter of political, we know as a matter of a court ruling that we have left behind. We can do the right thing finally. we can protect taxpayer dollars, and we can invest in schools and kids, and finally live up to our commitment to every public school child in Pennsylvania. Thank you, Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yea and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted?
Clerk will record the vote on final passage of the bills. The yeas are 107, the nays are 94. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes the House finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. Chair referred the following bills, which the clerk will now read.
Referrals, June 10th, 2024. House Bill 2394 to Finance, House Resolution 476 to Health, House Bill 2403 and 2404 to Human Services, House Bill 2352 to Judiciary.
Chair is in receipt of extracts from the Journal of the Senate, which the clerk will now read.
The Clerk of the Senate being introduced to return bill from the House of Representatives numbered and entitled as follows. House Bill 1097 with information that the Senate has passed the same without amendment. Bills numbered and entitled as follows, having been prepared for presentation to the Governor, and the same being correct, the titles were publicly read as follows. House Bill 1097, whereupon the Speaker and the President of the House sign the same.
Chair is about to sign the following bill, which the clerk will now read.
House Bill 1097.
Chair referred the following bills, which the clerk will now read. Majority Leader moves that the following bills be recommitted to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 2182, House Bill 2196, House Bill 2309, House Bill 2310. Majority Leader moves that the following bills be removed from the table calendar and be placed on the active calendar. House Bill 2166, House Bill 2301, House Bill 2314, House Bill 2357, Senate Bill 887. Colleagues, if I can have your attention, the House will come to order. Earlier, when there was a pro tem, a nice, distinguished guest from Delaware County was acknowledged, but I just want to take the privilege as the chair to thank Mrs. Curry for spending over 50 years in advocating for public education, being a leader not only in Delaware County, but in Philadelphia. I know you were already welcomed, but as the chair of this House, it is with great honor that I welcome you again and wish you a very wonderful rest of your Monday. She's seated to the left of the Speaker's rostrum. Colleagues, let's welcome her again. Chair is in receipt of a motion from the gentlelady of Delaware County, Representative Curry, that the House now adjourn until Tuesday, June 11, 2024 at 11 a.m. unless sooner recalled by the Speaker. The questions on the motion, those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the House stands adjourned until Tuesday, June 11th, 2024 at 11 a.m. unless sooner recalled by the Speaker.